Mic check one, mic check one. Welcome back to the Moosa Cricket Ground in Pearland, Texas. This matchup in the inaugural Veterans Cricket USA inaugural T20 tournament. I said inaugural twice, but please forgive me. This matchup is between the Florida Hurricanes and the San Francisco Blasters. So different ends of the country, West Coast versus East Coast. And this is going to feature a pretty interesting matchup. The batters are Aaron Samuel and Sanjeev Kaushal. Opening bowler Arshad Kazmi. And off immediately, full and straight, worked into the leg side for the first dot ball of the match. This is Brian Walters, happened to be with you for the next 3 hours to bring you action here in this inaugural Veterans Cricket USA tournament. As they call it, their second innings is a really important and interesting development in the development of USA cricket. Struck in the air and carrot to mid-off. That really should have been taken. I believe that was the captain, Sonny Singh. And I think Sonny Singh will not like me saying this. I'm thinking that one carried straight to him. And Sonny, you can be mad at me later. I'm thinking that was catchable. So 2 deliveries in and 2 dot balls. Could have been 2 dot balls and a wicket. Now, interestingly, Sonny Singh is dropping back on the boundary because that ball was struck with some power by Aaron Samuel. And Sonny Singh wanting to make sure that they don't get off to a flyer here. So he drops himself back into a defensive situation. High in the air. That's going to be over the top. Lands 1 foot in front of the rope for the first 4 of the day. No. Signal umpire Devon Small wanting to know whether that was 4 or 6. Lands about maybe 25 yards from where I'm sitting. So I could easily see that landed in front of the rope. So that is the first scoring shot of the day. Goes all the way for 4. Aaron Samuel appears to be very aggressive, wants to get things going here in the Musa Cricket Ground and wanting to make sure that he gets his team off to a flyer. Down the leg side, so overcorrection there, wanting to go full and straight. That last ball that was hit for 4 was a bit of a hit-me ball. It was not a genuine short ball, but it also wasn't full enough to drive. But he essentially just went through, pitch playing true enough that he was able to go through with the shot, ended up lofting it down the ground for a boundary. And then the overcorrection, taking the ball down the leg side. The wicketkeeper, Saurabh Singh, doing well to collect that one. It's the next delivery. Better ball. Almost Yorker length. Played to mid-on. No run there. Florida Hurricanes are batting. They won the toss, and Captain Rizwan Mohammed choosing to have a bat under current conditions. Very cloudy and overcast, but essentially the conditions will be the same now versus an hour and a half from now. So if you back yourself to put a good score on the board, I think that's exactly why Rizwan Mohammed chose to do just that. And Aaron Samuel looks like he's wanting to make justification for that decision by his captain. They'll get a couple runs here. This is clipped through mid-wicket for a couple. And just to say where we are right now, the Florida Hurricanes choosing to bat, going in with a relatively strong side, but they have not yet won a match in this tournament. So they're going to want to reverse those trends as soon as possible. And to the extent that they have a batting pair at the top that can sort of accelerate and get them going in good stead, I think that's what they want to have accomplished. Last ball of over number 1 coming up. These are T20 matches, of course, and so the first 6 overs, there are only 2 allowed outside the circle. This is inside edged onto the pad, so he ends with a dot ball the way he started. 7 runs come from that first over, though. End of 1, the score is 7 without loss. Veterans Cricket USA inaugural T20 tournament cannot happen without the contribution from our sponsors. Grand sponsors are Nitya Capital, a leading real estate investment firm. Ultimate Vineyards, which is a premium wine producer crafting exceptional wines that embody the spirit of excellence. Kadim Jewelers, a renowned jewelry store with 6 locations in the Bay Area. Stelton Sports, a sports complex in Piscataway, New Jersey, offering pickleball, badminton, cricket, softball, and baseball facilities. And the apparel sponsor is Umtex, a leading sportswear brand, providing high-quality cricket gear for players, officials, and staff. Second over about to start. It's going to be bowled by Arshad Ali. In fact, no, that was Arshad who bowled the first over. This first ball of the second over is sprayed way down the leg side. They'll get a couple of runs, and I think it will be 3 wide. See what the indication is from umpire Myron James. There it is. So 3 wides to start out with. This is going to be Sandeep Patel spraying that first one down the leg side. So 3 bonus runs go to the Florida Hurricanes, and no official balls yet have been bowled in this over. Left arm now over the wicket. Wave and a miss outside off. So that's a better line apparently for him. Sometimes you can struggle from bowling one side of the wicket, and sometimes the best way to correct that is just making a switch and bowling from the other side. So the left-hander bowling over the wicket. Here's this next delivery. Wrapped on the pad, loud appeal, and up goes the finger from umpire Myron James. So I was about to say with the left-hander facing the right-hander, in other words, the right-hander facing up to the left-handed bowling of Sandeep Patel, the first thing that the umpires would have had to consider is whether or not that ball would have pitched outside leg, because if a left-hander bowls from over the wicket, generally the angle is slanting across the right-hander, so it can sometimes be that that ball pitches outside leg. But many left-handers have the ability to curl that ball back into the right-hander. So maybe my sense is from that angle it was pitching on leg stump and then straightening. And in the opinion of umpire Myron James, that would have done enough to clatter into leg stump. So the first wicket goes down. Sanjeev Kaushal, unfortunately for him, does not trouble the scorers. Faces 2 deliveries, and the second traps him dead in front. So that is 1 wicket down. Sandeep Patel starting out with a wayward delivery, gave up 3 runs from that wide, but immediately fixes what was wrong, and the very next delivery traps him right in front. So 3, make that 10 for 1. And the new batter coming to the crease is now taking guard. A good start here for Sandeep Patel. And I think he will take that exchange. If every time he gives up 3 runs, he takes a wicket, I think he'll absolutely take those figures. And again, unfortunately, Sanjeev Kaushal needing to take a rest. Left arm over the wicket continues. That is more the angle that I was suggesting, that slants across the right-hander. So you have to be really good as a bowler to be able to bowl both types of deliveries, the one that goes across the right-hander as well as the one that comes back in from over the wicket. That makes you, as a left-handed bowler, a really difficult bowler to face. Next delivery. This one is a little too wide though. Missing outside off, and umpire Myron James. By the way, the umpires are Myron James, the one who is currently on your screen. Myron James from the Twin Island nation of Antigua and Barbuda. Umpire currently standing at square leg is Devon Small, the longtime member of the Unique Cricket Club from the early 90s in Houston, and one of the more knowledgeable umpires in Houston. And that one was struck into the outfield, should have just been a single, and that fielder at deep long off converted 1 into 4. It's a pretty ordinary misfield, and so he allows the new batter Manav Sharma to get off of the mark with a boundary down to long off. So we will not like looking at that one. 2 balls now remaining here in over number 2. 15 runs on the board, and left armer again, Sandeep Patel, very wide this time, And there's a signal of wide from umpire Myron James. The Florida Hurricanes have lost all of the games that they've played so far, but they're a good, solidly stacked team. I'll go over that in just a second. Next delivery, up and over the top of cover. That's going to run away for 4. Couple of bounces, and it gets to the boundary now. So this is turning into an expensive over. He definitely took a wicket, but 13 runs conceded already with 1 ball to go. And so in terms of where each of these teams are in the standings for this tournament, the San Francisco Blasters have played 1 game, and they've won 1. The Florida Hurricanes have played 2, and they've unfortunately lost both. So the Florida Hurricanes still have no points. San Francisco Blasters, 2 points. Best team as of right now is the New Jersey Black Caps. This ball is outside the line of off. And ending over number 2 with a dot ball. So a bit of a mixed bag. Took a wicket, but conceded 13 runs. And that is the end of over number 2. The score is 20-1. Two overs in, so Arshad Kazmi about to start his second over. Huge swipe and a thick under edge, wanting to go down the ground. Mid-on is inside the circle, and so Aaron Samuel was looking to aim exactly in this direction toward mid-on. If he elevates that over the fielder at mid-on, it definitely runs away down the hill for 4. Or potentially, if he hits it well enough, goes for 6. But missing out on the huge attempted drive. And just as I say that, mid-on is now dropping back onto the circle. So it's now long on and long off. Those are you 2 outside the circle. So apparently the plan is to continue bowling a fuller length and daring him to hit down the ground. And this is wrapping Aaron Samuel on the pad. I think that might have been an inside edge onto the pad, actually. So it's not a bad idea to try to get Aaron Samuel to hit in the air from this end. The wind is blowing from the south, and Aaron Samuel is standing at the northern end of the ground, so when he hits the ball in the air, it would be into the wind. There's every chance that that wind could hold the ball up, and this is in the air. Going to land safely, though. A long run by the fielder running around from square leg, and they'll get a couple because it did stay in the air for a very long time. Looking to go straight down the ground. There was a very thick inside edge, and with the flourish that was in the shot, it took it very high but also very square. So taking that ball away toward square leg, there's a fielder backward square leg. He was not able to get around in time to get to it. So a couple of runs. Aaron Samuel is now up to 8 from 6. Make that 8 from 9. Next ball, short. Tries the cut shot. Ball doesn't quite get up enough as much as he'd have liked, Aaron Samuel. And Aaron Samuel has remained at that end for the entirety of his innings. Has not yet scored any runs from his end. And we'll exactly see what he's able to accomplish here, because really looking to be aggressive. Both batters so far have looked to be aggressive. And Arshad Kazmi, though, doing just enough to keep the ball out of the hitting zone. Slower through the air that time, and equal to the task was Aaron Samuel. So 1 ball remaining now in over number 3. This is a much better over than the first 2. First over went for 7. Second over went for 13, even though a wicket fell. but 5 balls already bowled here in over number 3 and just 2 runs added to the total. So here's the last ball up that 5th over, clipped away down to mid-wicket. Half-hearted stop and stutter, and they'll get 1. And that is the single that closes things out here in over number 3. End of 3, the score is 23 for 1. One ball bowled in the 4th. I almost said the top of the 4th. This is not a baseball game. One ball bowled in the 4th over. That one ball is not an official deliver because it was wide, as you see there. A big dive and a take by wicketkeeper Saurabh Singh. So 1 more run to the total. Similar result. Not quite as wide, but still has to bring that one back toward the batters. If you're not familiar, you're looking at the wicket right now. You see 2 wide lines running the length of the pitch that are closer on either side of the wicket, and then 2 wider lines on the outside. Well, the ball has to be inside of those, between the wicket and that closer white line. That is essentially the guideline for the umpires to be able to say that it was a fair delivery. Now, if the ball goes behind the batter, almost always will be adjudged as a wide. And that is what the umpires are trying to do. Essentially, you're needing to give the ball to the batters in such a way that gives them a fair chance to bat the delivers. And that one also was outside of that guideline. So 4 balls have been bowled in this over so far, but only 1 is legal. And an over is 6 legal deliveries. So he still has 5 legal deliveries remaining. Essentially, he's giving away a few free runs here, wanting to make sure that he gets this ball on the right line. Struck in the air and wide of the fielder coming around from long off. That's just going to be a single. So Aaron Samuel, 9 from 13. Manav Sharma, 8 from 4. In fact, Aaron Samuel now up to 10 from 14. Arshad Kazmi, 2 overs ball. Sandeep Patel into his 2nd over. Yet another wide outside the line of off stump. And refreshments being brought to us here in the commentary area, for which we're very, very grateful. So Sandeep Patel into his 2nd over. So 1 for 18. Been a little bit expensive. Has taken a wicket, but he wants to get that ball more on the right line. And to the extent that you have to make the batters play early in the innings, yet another ball that is sprayed down the leg side. So boy, he's going to want to fix this line. 6 deliveries, make that 5 deliveries have been bowled in. 6 deliveries have been bowled in the over so far. Only 2 of them legal. So you hurt your team in a number of ways when you do that. First of all, you are giving away free runs. Second of all, you're having to bowl extra balls. And look at that. He cuts his run-up down. That's not a bad ploy. When you're having trouble getting that ball in the right areas, just cut the run-up and just make sure you land it on the square. And that's exactly what he did there. So halfway through the over, still has 3 to come. And as a pace bowler, when you're bowling several deliveries, several extra deliveries, that becomes very tiring. Short worked around the leg side, at least 2 runs here, running away down the hill. I think it will just be stopped in front of the ropes at deep fine leg. They'll get a couple. Umpire Byron James does not indicate anything, so it does come off of the bat. So 2 more runs to Manav Sharma. 8, make that 10 from 6. 2 fours from Manav Sharma. And now the last 2 balls. Again, just a shortened run up. A couple of steps. Oh, right up there in the block hole. That is what you want to see. Sometimes if you have a bowler who's having trouble finding the right line, when he does find the right line, he can be dangerous. And he cut that run up all the way down. Just 2 steps, came up, that left arm angle over the wicket, and bang on target. And he disturbs the furniture of Mr. Manav Sharma. So Manav Sharma is finished. 10 from 7 with 2 fours. But luckily, or fortunately for Sandeep Patel, he does manage to take the 2nd wicket. So he has been expensive from the standpoint of the extra deliveries that he's bowled. Can't exactly find the right line. But once he gets the line right, that left arm over angle is proving to be dangerous for the Florida Hurricanes. So 1 ball remaining here in over number 4. The score is 31 for 2. The new batter is the man that they call Mac, Mohammad Qureshi. Left arm over the wicket, looking for the big hit, wanting to get off the mark immediately, and a fumble by the fielder at mid-on, and Mac Qureshi will get off the mark with a boundary. Boy, it would have been a tight single to mid-on. Mid-on was a little too eager, came charging in, missed the easy pickup, and Mac Qureshi is off the mark with a boundary. Should have just been 8 runs and a wicket. Instead, it becomes 11 runs and a wicket. But nevertheless, a successful over for Sandeep Patel. End of over number 4. The score is 35 for 2. So 35 runs after 4 overs. The 5th over to be bowled by Salim Mustafa. Right arm over the wicket. Good ball. Bang on target, but defended down the ground. Should just be a single. Salim Mustafa is a right-handed bowler and not bowling pace, not out and out pace, but also not a spinner. So not a bad choice to bring on at this stage of the innings. We're into over number 5, so 11 balls remaining before you're out of the power play. Looking to see where the field is set up. There's a deep third. We'll look for the other fielder outside the circle. This is crashed away through the offside. This will get to the boundary. That was a very solid stroke. That is Mac Qureshi at his best, absolutely blasting that ball through the offside. There was some purpose behind that shot. And looking aggressive already, Matt Qureshi faced 2 balls and has 8 runs to his name. And it appears as though he wants to get onto the front foot. So if there is a short ball in the armory, it would be a good one to consider, a good time to consider doing that. This is played off the back foot running down the hill. And look at this. It goes away for 4 more. Matt Qureshi has faced 3 balls and he has 12 runs. So he's off to the races, Matt Qureshi. And his team now up to 44. Aaron Samuel, believe it or not, is now the passenger on the Matt Qureshi bus. 3 deliveries faced, and he already has 12 runs to his name. The first 2, he threw the bat at the ball, got a positive result both times. This time, just opening the face to angle this one, running away down the hill, back of third, and he gets 4. Wrapped on the front, or on front, on the pad in front. Umpire Devon Small thinks this one is just slipping down. So, first dot ball bowled to Matt Qureshi. 8 balls remaining in the power play. 44 runs on the board. The current run rate is 9.43. Choosing to bat first, the Florida Hurricanes. Full, played back to the bowler. And he does not feel cleanly. So, a run-out opportunity. In fact, the run-out opportunity goes to the keeper's end. End up not going or not being successful. So 1 ball remaining here in over number 5. Once again, this is the inaugural Veterans Cricket USA tournament. Interesting innovation with 1 ball remaining. Maybe I'll save my comment about the innovation in this tournament until after the end of this over, because I think it's interesting to know what the stipulations are. This passes by the outer edge. Collected, not quite cleanly, but collected nonetheless by wicketkeeper Saurabh Singh. That is the end of over number 5. The score is 45 for 2. Last over the power play coming up. This is going to be Sandeep Patel, who has bowled 2 overs, taken 2 wickets, has been expensive from the standpoint of an economy rate, but you cannot argue with 2 wickets. Next delivery. Not collected cleanly, but also not played by Matt Qureshi. He is on strike now, 13 from 6. And where you are right now, 45 runs on the board. Let's go through some projections in just a minute. In fact, I'll probably get back to what I was about to say about the innovations. Big swipe and a miss, and Matt Qureshi's day with the bat is done. So yet another bowler who, in fact, another wicket that is taken. Somebody else's stumps is disturbed. Matt Qureshi looking to play that one over the scoreboard, wanting to get that assistance from the wind. The wind has slowed down just a little bit, even though you can still see the camera moving. You can see the trousers of the players blowing a little bit. But Matt Qureshi, doesn't matter, because if you miss it, it's essentially very terminal. That ball is on the stumps, and the furniture is disturbed at the end of the day for Mac with the bat. And that is wicket number 3 that goes down. All 3 wickets have been taken by Sandeep Patel. So this would probably be a good time for me to talk about the innovations that I was mentioning. And this is going to be the new batter to the crease, Shamsul Huda. The innovations in this tournament, these are all 40 and over players. But there are 2 people on the roster, on each roster in this tournament, who are between the ages of 40 and 44. Of the 2 who are on the roster, you can have a maximum of 1 on the field at one time. There are 3 players who are allowed to be on the roster from the ages 45 to 49. Of those 3, only 2 can be on the field at one time. So at any one time, you can have 3 fielders on the team who are either somewhere between the ages of 40 and 49. Everyone else who is on the field has to be over the age of 50. So this is genuinely the Veterans Cricket Tournament. At the most, 3 people are between the ages of 40 and 49, and everyone else is over 50. You can do the math. That means 8 at minimum of the fielders that you see at any one point in time will be over the age of 50. So, with that dot ball that you just saw, in fact, with that single that you just saw, that brings Aaron Samuel back onto strike. Again, the new batter who's now at the non-striker's end is Huda Shamsul. This one now goes down the leg side. So a number of wides have been bowled by Sandeep Patel. By my unofficial count, that is wide number 7. In fact, wide number 6 bowled by Sandeep Patel. No, in fact, there's a handful because in his second over he bowled 4. So he's bowled unofficially 10 wide so far. He's certainly going to want to clean that up. Next delivery coming up, and he's bowling again over the wicket. 4 balls have been bowled, so 2 remaining here in the power play. Bowling now to Aaron Samuel. Played back to the bowler himself. Doesn't feel cleanly, but will not cost him anything. Last ball of the power play. Again, the power play, the first 6 overs, the first 36 legal deliveries. We've had way more than 36 deliveries already, but only 35 of them legal. Here's the last ball. Drags this one from outside off for a single. In all likelihood, that would have been a wide if he'd left it. But that is a single down to mid-wicket that closes out the power play. End of the power play. Scores 48 for 3. $49 for 3 is the official score. My apologies, I was off by 1 run there. And this is again going to be Salim Mustafa. Down the leg side, Salim Mustafa is going to have to re-bowl that one. We're out of the power play, so you can now be a little bit more defensive with your field settings. There's a long on, long off. There's a sweeper, in fact, deep extra cover. There's a deep third. So those are the 4 outside the circle, and then 5 are inside. So this field implies that he'll be bowling full and outside off. That's exactly what you have here. That's driven wide of cover. Long off has a lot of work to do. Good strong throw to the non-striker's end. By the way, that wide that started this over brought up the 50 for the innings. 50 for the innings. That means with that double that you just saw, 52 runs means they're scoring at the rate of 5.43. That's played to extra cover. My apologies, 8.43. With that single, the scoring rate is now 8.37. 8.37 translates or projects to a score of 167. But they've lost 3 wickets, so there's going to be some portion of the analysis that says we need to be able to bat positively but not recklessly. So they may not just go hammer and tongs here initially. So another 82 balls to come and you're going to see exactly how they approach this from here. Good proper front foot or front arm, high elbow, driven back to the bowler. Good comeback over this. The last one went for 4, so that was also another good over. And a couple of good overs being strung together here by San Francisco. Played off the back foot to backward point. No run. So overall, the run rate is 7.95, but most of that came from over 2, where they scored 13 runs, over 4, where they scored 12 runs, and over 5, where they scored 10. Other than those 3 big overs, the scoring rate has been relatively good. And this is played into extra cover. Good, clean stop. And so that continues to pile on the pressure, not able to get a run there. So 4 balls, make that 4 runs from the over so far. And to the extent that you've essentially brought back the run rate, the last 5 overs have only gone for 33 runs. Very full down the leg side. That is going to be a wide. And yet again, the commentator's curse strikes again. And 1 ball remaining here in over number 7. Salim Mustafa. 14 runs conceded from his 1.5 overs. Make that 15 from his 1.5 with that wide. And Sandeep Patel at the other end. 3 overs bowled, and he has taken 3 wickets, even though it's been a little expensive. Looks to work this down the leg side. Half-hearted appeal LBW. In fact, the keeper was the only one who appealed. And umpire Devon Small with the indication that that was a leg by. So a leg by closes things out in over number 7. 6 runs coming from that over. The score is 55 for 3. Back at Musa Cricket Stadium, Sujesh Pulikal is the new bowler coming from the Pearland end. Looks like a leg spinner. Bowling to the left-handed Shamsul Huda. Huda 1 from 6. Aaron Samuel 15 from 20. And the Florida Hurricanes, that run rate slowing down just a little bit. Should get 1 here though. In fact, they might get 2. Oh no, the younger Aaron Samuel might have come back for the second run. The 40-plus version of him simply puts up the stop sign and settles for 1. So we talked about the different modifications to the composition of the lineup. So at any one time, you will have 8 of the 11 fielders in the field be 50 years of age or older. You can expect that the three who are under 50 will be patrolling the boundary somewhere, so any of the younger guys, younger meaning 40s, will likely be fielding in the positions where they'd have to run. Could deliver this, passing just inside the line by the judgment of umpire Myron James. Halfway through over number 8. So again, the Florida Hurricanes choosing to bat first. Skipper Rizwan Mohammed wanting to put runs on the board for his team to defend. This one is too far outside the line of off though. So a number of extras have been bowled today. By my unofficial count, 16, all of 16 extras have been bowled. Most of those are wides. So 28% of the runs that have been scored in this innings have been wide. So that's not a good stat if you were looking to limit the extra runs that you're giving to the batters. By the way, announcement has to be made if you're listening to me right now and you can get down to the Pearland, Texas area, just 25 minutes south of downtown Houston. Tomorrow there is a really big match that will take place. The Knight Riders are a local franchise based here in Houston. They're playing a match tomorrow against, get this, the 2009 Pakistani national team. They're a little older, a little grayer, but they're all obviously former players at the highest level. They will be right here in Pearland at the Musa Cricket Stadium, and there will be thousands of people here. Speaking to team owner Majid Rizvi, and he let me know that they're expecting around 4,000 people here, and they're expecting, put it this way, there will be 18 armed police officers here to help direct traffic and to make sure that the proceedings go as planned. So it's going to be a big day tomorrow. If you can get down here, we'd love to have you. 4 runs from that over. End of over number 8. The score is 59 for 3. Salim Mustafa, 2 overs, none for 15. This is his third. This is sprayed down the leg side. That's been a pretty consistent theme because that is extra number 17. 28.3% of all the runs that have been scored by the Florida Hurricanes have been courtesy of wides or other extras by the San Francisco Blasters. So something to clean up there for the Blasters. This is bang on target. Much better delivery. Played away into the offside for a single. And to the extent that you're now looking at over number 9, 71 balls remaining in the innings, you might want to start thinking about where you end up with in terms of a projection. The current run rate, 7.47. That means a projected score from here based on that run rate is 149 runs. If you somehow get your overall run rate up to 8 and over, that projects to 156. This is played into the leg side for another single. 9 and over gets you to 168. 10 and over gets you to 179. 11 and over gets you to 191. I don't think you'll need to go much higher than that. I don't think they'll achieve that much of a scoring rate. But as a batting side, you have 3 wickets down. So 7 are in hand. And it's going to be up to you to figure out a way to continue scoring. This is a good looking shot. Clip through the leg side. A couple of runs here at least. Oh no. Once again, Aaron Samuel puts up the stop sign. And every time you get to the point that you want to think that this is a regulation match, then what easily could have been 2 runs and is turned into 1 reminds you that these players are all over the age of 40. So played down the hill for a single. So 3 deliveries into over number 3 make that 4 deliveries into over number 9. Score ticking up to 64 for 3. Last 2 coming up, down to the last 68. So we talked about the projection. Projections from here are a little bit tricky because many of these runs that you've seen so far are based on extras that have been bowled. Good looking stroke down the ground, but should just be a single. Sunny Singh in the hot spot. You expect that the captain will put himself in the position where he's most likely to make a difference. 5 singles from the over so far, in addition to a wide. And so that means that this ball that will be bowled is the 7th of the over, but an over is 6 legal deliveries. So let's see if the 7th ball costs them anything. Stroked into, in fact, past extra cover. So 6 singles plus a wide in that over. 7 runs come from the over. At the end of 9, the score is 66 for 3. Nine overs in the books. That last over, of course, bowled by Salim Mustafa. It is now going to be a change in bowling. No, in fact, this is going to be Sujesh Pulakala. He's bowled 1 over already now, but to bowl the 2nd over. His 2nd. First one went for 4 runs. And in fact, bowling over number 10, you're about 5 balls away from the water break. So with that single, you've now gotten to the point where you're looking now for, in fact, that's a dot ball. Stroke down the ground. It's going to be a single. In fact, it's not going to be a single because it was not stopped by the fielder coming across from long on. So yet another boundary. That brings you into the 70s. Yeah, not going to be something that that fielder will be happy to see because, very honestly, in all likelihood, a younger version of him would have stopped that. And we'll exactly see where we end up from here. But it is going to be the fact that a long way to go, but you'd like to think that there would be some effort to pull things back. 2 balls remaining before the water break. Played away into the offside. That should just be a single. And so the 1 ball remaining here in over number 10. 71 runs on the board. This score projects to 144. 144 would be a challenging score, but my sense is that you'd like to think that they have the opportunity to pull things back. And the bowlers are required to sort of bowl the proper line and the proper length. And if you just deliver that ball in the right areas, and that would be Sujesh Pulikala, then you can sort of stem the flow of runs. So 1 ball remaining now inside the power play, inside over number 10. Looking for the big drive that time, Shamsul Huda. And it only should be 1 run. And that 1 run takes us to the water break. So end of 10. Short break coming up. Pay attention to what happens the rest of the way. Going silent for a bit. We'll be right back. Back here in Prairie View, Nikhil Sood is the bowler who's bowling the first over back after the water break, but his first delivery is a no ball signal by umpire Devon Small. So let's see what this next delivery is. Should be a free hit, and this is worked into the leg side. Quick single, throw coming to the keeper's end. So the no ball doesn't cost them much. It's interesting. I believe that was signaled a no ball because that ball pitched off of the square. So I learned something this past week, and it is due to the brilliance of the umpire from New York, Brian Kane. Generally, the rule is that if the ball pitches off of the square, it is a no ball. But if it pitches off of the square, but the first time that it lands is beyond the bowling crease, in other words, beyond the line where the stumps are in the ground, then it's not a no ball, it's a wide. And I learned that from umpire Brian Kane, and I will forever be grateful. This is down the leg side. Doesn't go all the way to the boundary. Let's see what the signal is here from umpire Devon Small. And it is a leg by from umpire Devon Small. And so 2 more to the total. In the air, catchable, long run for mid-on, does not get there, and they'll end up getting a single. Our apologies, something happened off air. By the way, if you were in the studio with us, you'd probably be laughing too, so forgive me for not being able to keep a straight face right now, but big picture, the score is 76, make that 77 for 3 after 10 overs and 3 balls. Here's the next delivery. In the air, is this going to be catchable? Oh, what an effort tried by the mid-off fielder. Got there all the way, not quite able to complete the catch, but he does get enough on it to make sure that it prevents the ball from rolling to the boundary. And I am absolutely thrilled to be able to join, or to be joined in the commentary area by the captain of the Florida Hurricanes. This is whipped away into the deep. Is this the first 6? It may just have gone over the rope. Let's see the signal. Nope. 4 signaled by umpire Devon Small. And I believe here we see on the replay, well, that doesn't tell us much. This should tell us a little bit more. Whipped away into the deep. 1 ball remaining now in over number 11. Again, welcoming to the commentary area the captain of the Florida Hurricanes, Mr. Rizwan Muhammad. Rizwan, it is good to see you again. How are you?
Thank you so much, Brian.
Maybe you shouldn't come on the air very often.
I know. But yeah, good to see you again. I'm really enjoying the game here at Musa. Thank you for your commentary. You've been doing a fantastic job here. It's good games, good cricket going on this last few days. Thank you for having me.
So, Riz, I was sitting here trying to think of how long I've known you. I've known you, let's estimate, 10 years, 11 years, 12 years, something like that, from back in the old Yasaka days?
That's absolutely correct. Probably at least 12 years, I would say. At least since 2010.
Yeah, that sounds about right. So you have seen cricket grow over the years. You're based in South Florida, so you're sort of at the, let's call it the mecca of cricket in the U.S. for the last 25 or so years. The ability to have a tournament like this that features players as old as you and me, and I'm putting you in my age brackets. What does that mean to you?
That means we can keep playing the game we love. We've been, trying to include more cricketers, who may have thought they were done, but we have created opportunities for them to play in these tournaments, and veterans organization came together. It was a brainchild of Janak and Kuldeep here, and we have really been lucky to be part of this group here that is now created this T20 format, which is very popular in the US.
Yep.
And it's all about having fun, playing cricket, meeting new friends, and creating memories.
Something you mentioned, Janak, something he said earlier, because he started to say the opponents, and then he caught himself and he said not the opponents, because none of us are opponents. We all know each other. We've known each other for 30 years. We just happen to be wearing different colored jerseys, but we're all on the same team. And I thought that was really profound. Tell me your thoughts about cricket development and how it involves sort of everybody in the community pushing together toward the goal of developing the sport.
Yeah, I come from back in the day, at least in South Florida, in a way you had maybe one academy, right?
Yes.
Which, as you remember, Stephen Taylor, came through that academy, right? And, not a lot of cricket, but as you've seen, young kids, come up, especially, from the subcontinent, a lot of, kids got interested in cricket all over Texas, New York, California. So academies, sprung up, and, the sport has, developed and taken off. Unfortunately, it's still within the, within the subcontinent community or the Caribbean, maybe not as much. But, we think, that this...
Maybe you should get off the mic.
I know. Looks like, Sundar just got out, trying to clear along off there.
Yep.
But yeah, I think cricket has grown, sport, has expanded, and, it keeps growing. But, we do need, the local, community to take the sport up and, bring it into the schools and, try to, broaden the outreach and, get more involvement from the local communities.
So you mentioned the local communities. This young lady who's seated next to me happens to be with the city of Prairie View. Prairie View, where the Prairie View Cricket Complex is, about an hour away from here. And she has been working to sort of to be a bridge between people like you and me and the wider community. And so a big part of this entire puzzle involves introducing the sport to people who don't look like you or me, and who, their first sports are either football or basketball or baseball.
True.
So you're in Florida. There is a ton of people in that community who look like you and me. But in other areas of the country where people like you and me are not as prominent, I think you just touched on it. Talk a little bit more about it. How important is it to get cricket into those communities for people who do not look like you and me?
Yeah, absolutely. It is very important, Brian. With the World Cup coming in, we will get more exposure. We will get more eyeballs. You see games on ESPN now that you didn't see back in the day. A lot of people that I work with at the bank, and other places, they are interested in the sport, and we really need to engage them. We need to make sure that they understand the game, right? Because cricket, we can make it complicated, but at the but at the end of the day, it's a game between bat and ball, and you gotta enjoy it, right? So we shouldn't try to, as I said, complicate it too much. Just get them engaged, through the local schools, through the local parks, and through the local communities, and as you see how soccer has developed, right? I know Jaden and your kids play good soccer, right?
Yeah.
So I think we need to do something similar. Just keep growing the sport, keep pushing it. It will take time. It's not easy. It takes a lot of money and time, and which to try to get the funding from the local governments. Because
Yes.
I don't think we could try to pump money into the system that is going to be not going to be possible. So
It's interesting
That's
that you
a
say
beautiful
that.
shot.
That's a lovely looking shot. Boy, that looked like a Rizwan Muhammad shot right there.
you're giving me too much credit, Brian. Maybe back in the day, but not lately. I enjoy bowling more these days. but,
Look,
yeah,
I tell everybody that I went from a batsman who sometimes bowls to a batting all-rounder to a bowling all-rounder to a bowler who sometimes bats. That's the way my career went.
yeah, it's a progression. You know that.
A progression in the wrong direction, if you will.
Well, as long as you're playing, and you're doing something associated with the sports, it's a good thing.
I completely agree with you. Riz, the last game, you mentioned Jaden. The last time that I played a cricket match was the match that Jaden and I played together. Because I told myself, look, I have bad knees, I have bad elbows, I have bad ankles. But I'm going to play long enough for me and my son to play in a match at the same time. He and I played in a match together in 2016. And I walked off the field that day. That was the last match I played in.
Oh wow, that's amazing. I wish I had a similar memory. That's if you can go out and do what you enjoy, play sport with your son, that is probably one of the best memories you want to have. So I can't say that I have, as 3 boys.
Yep.
And a girl, but none of them took up the sport, and I guess it was partly my fault as well. But I wish that I had introduced it to them more, and they had played. But it is what it is.
How old are the boys now?
My oldest Adnan is 29. The second one, Rayan, is 28, and that looks like one more guy.
You might need to go start
Yes,
warming up your boys in a minute.
I need to go and pad up, I believe now. So
Are you going to go pad up?
Yeah, because I think that's probably
That looks
Tarikara.
pretty adjacent. That's pretty adjacent. I hate to tell you that, Riz. That's right. That's in the block hole. That's hitting middle stump halfway up.
Yep. That is out.
But look, in all seriousness, I'll be here the entire weekend. Anytime you feel like opening the door and popping in and spending some time talking, would love to have you on.
Will do. Thank you so much, Brian, for having me, and good luck for the rest of the week. I look forward to seeing you.
Man, thank you, man. All right, we'll talk. So, back to the game. 92 for 6. Captain Rizwan Muhammad needs to go pad up because his team has lost literally 3 wickets in the 5 minutes he was here talking to us. But Florida, again, choosing to bat first, so you'd have to think that they had a certain amount of confidence that they'd be able to push on and put something big on the board. But the batters have not cooperated with them, and they've gotten to the point now where they're down to the last 4. Rizwan Muhammad goes to go pad up. The 2 batters at the crease are now going to be Samshul Huda, who's been there for a while, has 12 runs against his name, and the new batter is going to be Naveed Ahmed. It is going to be Nikhil Sud, who's bowling in his first over. This is down the leg side. And half-hearted appeal. What is the conversation here? I think the conversation is going to be whether or not he was playing a legitimate shot and whether or not he should have been allowed a leg by. My apologies. I had my eyes elsewhere, so I didn't see the play live. I'm only trying to read from the judgment of the umpire, from the reaction of the umpire, what the conversation was about. Let's just say, as of now, it is going to be, here's the last ball of the over. Try to play it off the back foot. Ball didn't bounce very high. And that is a dot ball through to wicketkeeper Saurabh Singh. That is the end of the over. Aaron Samuel is gone. Naveed Ahmed is on strike. Non-strikers, Huda is Samshul Huda, and that is the end of the over. The score is 92 for 6. $93 for 6. Sujesh Pulakal is going to be bowling his last over. Bowled a full spell on the trot. Bowled overs 8, 10, 12, and now 14. Single off the first ball. His next delivery played off the back foot. Should just be a single. Quick throw to the keeper's end. But good enough to have a single. So you're down to the last 4 wickets. 40 delivers left in the innings. So the question to be asked now is, can you bat out the 20 overs? If you bat out the 20 overs, then the scoring rate that you now have, 7.05, projects to a score of 141. But there is a real question as to whether or not this Florida side can bat out the remaining overs. Looking to sweep this down the leg side. Should get at least one. Watch umpire Myron James to see what the signal is. There's the leg by signal, and it is now official. There is definitely there was no bat involved in that. Off the back foot here, forcing it into the covers. So doing it in ones at the moment, the Florida Hurricanes. And in fact, there's an overthrow. So a couple more runs here. The younger version of these two would have gotten 3 runs, but I think they'll have to settle for 2. And we'll see exactly where we go from here. Earlier I had a conversation with the keeper for the LA side, and the conversation was about whether or not there'd be any 3s run in the 70 and over tournament. I don't know that we need to go all the way to 70 and over, because there's not many 3s run in this 50 and over tournament, even with some 40-year-olds involved. 2 balls remaining here in the 14th over. Stroked down the ground. Should just be 1. We're 1 run away from the 100 mark. In fact, that is the end of the over. And with that last ball of the over, the score gets to 99 for 6. The scoreboard hopped around just a little bit there, but eventually we settle on 7 runs coming from that 14th over. That is the end of the spell for Sujesh Pulakal. Bowled well, 1 for 20 from his 4 overs, and with 6 overs to go, the score is 99 for 6. Into the 15th over, it is Nikhil Sud who is bowling his second over. And by the way, the 100 has already come up. It's 101 for 6. One delivery into over number, one official delivery into over number 15. Played to extra cover. That's going to be a single. So once again, thinking about projections and where you think that you're going to be from this stage. First delivery of over number 15 was a wide, then a couple of singles after that. So you would think that that creates an opportunity for you to sort of gauge where you're going to be. That is another. Oh, it's a no ball, because this is also one that pitches outside the line of outside of that off of the pitch. And when that happens, as I said earlier, it is a no ball, and this next delivery is going to be a free hit. Again, I've known cricket for most of my 56 years on the planet, but I learned something this week. It is a no ball if it pitches off of the outside of the proper cricket pitch, but only if it pitches before it gets to the bowling crease. Free hit delivery down the leg side. It's going to be a wide. In fact, it's going to be two wides. Plus, it's going to be another no ball. No signal yet from umpire Devon Small, but it is still going to be a free hit. And we'll see exactly what happens from here. 105 runs on the board. And this still is going to be a free hit. The batters are going to be Naveed Ahmed and Huda Samsul. Stroke down the ground. This is going to challenge Midon. He does well to make up the difference, though. That is a good piece of fielding. That is an absolutely brilliant piece of fielding by Anish Mehta. Making up again, probably 10 or so yards to his left, but doing enough to make sure that that ball does not get to the boundary. So, kudos to Anish Mehta. And this is now going to be 3 deliveries remaining in over number 15. Worked down the leg side. Who wanted to appeal for a leg before. Let's see what this replay looks like. Looking at it live, I thought that was slipping down leg with the right arm angle around the wicket. Ooh, that was very close. That was actually very close, but umpire Devon Small has a better look at it than we do here in the commentator's booth, and he thought it was slipping down leg. So we assumed that what he assumed was accurate. Going off the back foot this time, working it into the deep. Should just be one here. And so with 1 ball remaining in over number 15, we're at the 3/4 mark, just short of the 3/4 mark for the innings. Scoring rate 7.28, so that projects to a score of 146. Let's see what happens from this last ball. Bearing in mind, you only have 4 wickets in hand. And so with only 4 wickets in hand, essentially you're gotten to the point where things may start getting desperate. Lovely looking strike, but straight down the ground to long off. Good piece of fielding, much easier this time for Anish Mehta. And the throw comes into the non-striker's end. Single to close things out in over number 15. 10 runs come from that over. At the end of 15, the score is 109 for 6. Three deliveries into over number 16. Over being bowled. First one by Ahmad Khan. Short. Up and over the cover. That's going to run away down to the sweeper at deep point. They'll get a single. So 2 runs from 4 balls in over number 16 is good going by the San Francisco Blasters. Scoring rate has slowed down some for the Florida Hurricanes. And bearing in mind they only have 4 wickets left. Those 4 wickets mean that they have to sort of mix caution with aggression the rest of the way. Around the wicket to the left-hander, that's down the ground. It should just be a single. This is good bowling. And with 1 ball remaining here and over at number 16, their scoring rate is 7.07. So essentially they are projected to score 141. 141, would that be a big total? Not necessarily. And when you choose to bat first, you're wanting to put something around 150 or more on the board. Quicker delivery, just an under edge, takes it past the leg stump. They should get 2 here. In fact, they're walking the second run. So a strong throw coming into the keeper's end. But 2 runs was always on the table. That is 2 that closes out over number 16. 5 come from that over. 32 from the last 5. The score after 16 is 114 for 6. We're into over number 17. Umpire Devon Small. That goes all the way for 4. Actually, sprayed it down the leg side. So I believe that is 5 wides to start over number 17. So absolutely free runs being given away here by San Francisco. Once again, if the ball is down the leg side, it is essentially you get 1 run for it being wide, but then it goes all the way to the boundary, so you get 4 on top of that 1. So 5 free runs to start over number 17. Then the next legal delivery is tapped down the ground for a single. So essentially, the San Francisco Blasters are keeping the Florida Hurricanes in this game. They have conceded, by my unofficial count, 27 extras. That is a lot of extras. That is 23% of the runs being scored in extras. Looking to work this back off of the back foot. pays the cardinal price for playing across a straight ball and loses his middle stump. So that is another wicket. By the way, the bowler is going to be Sukinder Dhillon, and in his first over, he ends up taking a wicket with his second legal ball. So the first ball was wide, went down the leg side, gave away 5. A single on the first ball, legal delivery, and then the second ball, legal, third overall, he conceded. In fact, he didn't concede anything. He took a wicket. The batter choosing to go on the back foot around Samuel and play across a pretty straight ball, losing his middle stump. So that is wicket number 7. The Florida Hurricanes have gotten to the stage now where they are in real danger of not batting through the entire innings. So your batters are going to be Shamsul Huda, who is still at the crease, 20 from 29. And the new batter is going to be Aparsamy Balaji. Aparsamy Balaji is going to want to stay with Shamsul Huda, who has been there long enough, faced 29 balls. But the idea now is to, in some way, manufacture as many runs as possible toward the back end of this innings. 4 balls remaining, 4 legal balls remaining here in over number 17. On the front foot, can't control this one, and unfortunately for the bowler, Sukinder Dhillon, not able to prevent them from getting a single. So this is over number 17. You've gotten to the point now where you're going to have to do something differently if you're Florida, because a decent start, but the overall run rate has been sneaking downward, and you have to be able to bat out this over, or these runs, these overs. Wave and a miss outside off. Not able to get anything on that one, so down to the last 2 legal deliveries here in over number 17. 121 runs. And again, 27 of these runs have been scored in extras. Those extras essentially are the only thing keeping Florida Hurricanes in this game. Bearing in mind, 27 extras and 121 runs means that they would have only gotten to 94 at this stage had they not conceded all these extras. So 8 fours struck in the inning so far. No sixes yet. So 26% of the runs being scored in 4s. This is played into the offside. Extra cover has a little bit of work to do. Fumbles the ball, not able to concede, or not able to prevent them from conceding that 1 run. 8 runs already from the over. And with 1 ball remaining here in over number 17, you're down to the last 19 of the innings. And it feels like it is up to Shamsul Huda, who's been there longer. But this is Aparsamy Balaji, who's on strike. This is off the outside edge. It runs away down the hill. These are welcome runs for Florida. You'll welcome these runs if you are Rizwan Muhammad and the rest of the Florida Hurricanes. 12 runs eventually come from that over. 5 of those, remember, were due to a wide down the leg side from the very first delivery. So 12 from the over. The score after 17 is 126 for 7. So Ahmad Khan into his second over. One over already bowled. None for 5 from that one over. This one is played back to the bowler himself. Over number 18, so you would think that he would also bowl over number 20. Around the wicket to the left-hander. Consecutive delivers played back to the bowler. This is good stuff. That one hurt. You can see his reaction there, knowing that he felt that one, but he did the important thing for his side. Didn't let the ball get by him. And so good bowling. Your idea now is just to bowl as full and straight as possible. And that's exactly what he does here. Plays into the offside. Oh, not a clean pickup by the fielder in the covers. So he concedes a single. But 3 deliveries into over number 18. You've only conceded 1 run. You'll absolutely accept that as a bowler. So you're down now to the last 15 balls to be bowled in the innings. 127 runs on the board. Right-hander now on strike. So the field changes around for the right-hander. Again, this is Balaji Aparsami. Ahmad Khan, his 2 overs, at least his 1 over and 3 balls have only cost him 6 runs. So this is good bowling in the death. Up to him to close strongly here, though. Full and straight. Not full enough, but it gets a little bit of width, plays it away into the offside for a single. Down to the last 2 balls. Looking where you are now, it turns out that every statistic that we've seen so far is in favor of the Florida Hurricanes doing decently. But if they get bowled out, you don't want to get bowled out. Quick run here. Oh, I'll tell you what, good looking throw to the keeper's end, but he does make it home in time. So you're now down to the last ball. 129 runs on the board. 13 runs to go for the rest of this innings. 13 balls, my apologies, to go in the rest of the innings. Your batters are Aparsami Balaji, 6 from 3, and Shamsul Huda, 23 from 35. Here is the next delivery. Worked around the leg side. Oh, he's going to be given. Looking to work it around the leg side. And umpire Myron James thinks that he's trapped right in front. That is wicket number 8 that goes down. And unfortunately for Florida, that is the easiest way to slow down your scoring rate is by losing wickets. The last ball of over number 18 results in a wicket. That is Ahmad Khan's first wicket for the day. And that is the end of over number 18. The score is 129 for 8. So 2 deliveries into over number 19. 132 for 8 is where the Florida Hurricanes are. In the last 10 deliveries, their job is to score around 20 runs. Hammered down the ground. Ooh, in fact, good stop by the fielder, short mid-off. Thought just for a second that might have gotten by him, but was not able to cash in on that. So they'll get a single. But more importantly, you've saved the opportunity to get runs. It's now Shamsul Huda who's back on strike. 133 runs on the board, down to the last 9 deliveries of the innings. Can Florida do what they need to do to get to 150? Left arm around the wicket. Swipe and a miss, but they'll get a run here. Where does this end up? There is a bye signaled by umpire Devon Small. So not collected cleanly by wicketkeeper Saurabh Singh. And that bye means that you now go on strike. With 2 balls remaining, this is going to be Junaid, who is the new batter. Junaid Ahmed. Left arm around the wicket. In the air, that's going to be safe. Lands short of the fielder down at long off. That is Salim Mustafa, who's down at long off, who does enough to keep that one from going down to the boundary. By the way, this is being bowled by Sukinder Dhillon. His second over. 1 ball remaining in this over. Left arm around. Floats it up there and played to the left-hander into the mid-wicket area. Should just be 1. They'll settle for that 1. And that is the end of over number 19. At the end of 19, the score is 136 for 8. Last over to be bowled by Ahmad Khan. This is going to be his third over. 1 for 8 are his figures so far. Skied. Simple catch for somebody who wants it. And it's taken. So that is 9 down. And so 1 delivery into over number 20, and you've taken 1 wicket. So just 1 wicket separates you from the warmth and safety of the pavilion. And the man walking in to bat right now is the man whose voice you heard here about 20 minutes ago, Captain Rizwan Mohammed. Riz Mohammed has gotten there's a tremendous amount that this man has contributed to cricket over the years, not just in the South Florida region, but in various responsibilities or various areas of responsibility throughout the country in the last 25 or so years. A true servant of the game. And whatever he has contributed to cricket in this country cannot in any way be diminished by the 5 balls maximum that he has to face here. And Riz, if you get out first ball, I promise I will not say anything negative about you, because frankly, and in all seriousness, the only thing that matters is what we do to develop the sport in this country. So You have 5 balls. If you end up with 30 not out, I will take my hat off to you. If you get clean bowl first ball, I'll still take my hat off to you. You are a servant of the game. But as far as this game is concerned, 136 for 9 is the score. And Rizwan Mohammed has, again, a maximum of 5 balls to do some damage, facing up to Ahmad Khan. Defends it into the offside. Oh, look at this. Direct hit, and he is gone. Riz, I'm sorry. That was not me jinxing you. But in all likelihood, if you play the ball back to the bowler and then take off running, then chances are you get exactly what you see here. Look at this replay. That's a good piece of athletic fielding, has to be said. That is brilliant from Ahmad Khan. Had maybe 2.5 stumps to aim at. He was about at a 45-degree angle, and he hit the stump that he had to aim at, ended up hitting the off stump. And that is the end of the innings for the Florida Hurricanes. So 136 all out is what they managed to come up with, and that means that after a short break, the San Francisco Blasters will have to score 137 runs to win. So going through the full scorecard, Aaron Samuel batted well, 29 from 35 with 3 fours. Sanjeev Kausal did not trouble the scorers. Manav Sharma 10 from 7. Matt Qureshi looked aggressive but perished 3 fours in his 13. Huda Shamsul 27 from 14. Sundar Raghavan 1 from 2. Tariq Hussain 6 from 5. Naveed Ahmed 10 from 11. Aparsame Balaji 6 from 4. Junaid Ahmed 2 from 2. And Rizwan Mohammed, you saw there, not out. In fact, that's not actually not out. He was run out because he was the one who faced that last delivery and was run out going to the non-striker's end. So that is the end of the innings. 32 extras. Believe it or not, the highest score in the innings was extras. 32 extras, and the next highest score was Aaron Samuel with 29. So that's something for the San Francisco Blasters to look at in terms of what they need to clean up for the next or for the remainder of this tournament. But as it relates to this game, 137 is what the San Francisco Blasters will need to chase to win this game. Short break coming up, about 10 or so minutes, and then we'll be back for the chase. See you soon. Welcome back to the Moose Stadium. Chase is on the way where the Florida Hurricanes are looking to defend 137 runs. First ball is stroked down the ground. Openers are going to be Sonny Singh, who is now on strike. And he is joined by his partner, who just got off of strike. We'll get the name of the partner in just a second. So a lot of action going on around. You may be as confused as I am with all the hieroglyphics, but let's just say big picture. You're looking for another 136 runs by San Francisco. Looking to play that little dab is Sonny Singh. Doesn't exactly get it away. The bowler, by the way, for the Florida Hurricanes is going to be Sundar Raghavan. Sundar Raghavan, right arm over the wicket. And he will be looking to contain Sonny Singh and the San Francisco Blasters, who are a good batting side. And it's not surprising that they have the prowess that they do. Good delivery. Punched down to Long On. Long On coming off of the rope. Not able to prevent a single, but when you have a long on in the power play, what you're trying to tell your fast bowler to do is to bowl full enough to get that ball going in that direction. So halfway through over number 1, 2 runs are on the board. And what you're going to try to do is, again, you're looking to get the long on, to the batter to play down the ground. Oh, that gets through backward point. That will not make Sundar Raghavan very happy. They'll get a couple of runs. So now 133 runs needed from the next 116 balls. Not an overpowering ask. That ask is now 6.88. In modern cricket, 6.8 runs and over, let's call it 7 runs and over, is not necessarily very difficult. And what you're going to try to do is get yourself to the point where you can get as many runs as possible inside the power play, and then from your perspective as the San Francisco Blasters, cruise in your mind toward what should be pretty straightforward. And this last ball of over number 1 is struck down the ground. That is a good-looking strike. Umpire Myron James with the signal. That goes away for 4. And so 9 runs come from over number 1. First one bowled by Sundar Raghavan. At the end of 1, the score is 9 without loss. One over bowled. Got the score wrong in the first over. My apologies. The correct score is 11 without loss. And by the way, the new bowler or the partner for Sunny Singh is Rocky Singh. And in return, the bowler for the Florida Hurricanes is Shamsul Huda. Left arm around the wicket. He'll be bowling now to Rocky Singh. Shamsul Huda batted well when the Florida Hurricanes had their first innings. And he's now going to be tasked with pulling things back. When you're only defending 11 runs, you don't have much margin for error. And this is played through the offside. Oh, a little bit of footwork there by extra cover. And he manages to save 3 runs for his side. I'm pretty sure that would have had the legs to get to the boundary had that not been stopped. So looking at where you are now, 1 run from the first delivery of over number 2. 125 runs needed in the next 113 balls. So the required rate is 6.64. And already you're having to be in a defensive mindset if you're the Florida Hurricanes, because the San Francisco Blasters, who bat very well, particularly at the top, this top order is really very good. Well bowled, really bang on target that time by Shamsul Huda. But you have a long on and long off. Those are the only 2 allowed outside the circle. And so you can expect that Shamsul Huda will be bowling a fuller length, cannot afford to be too wide, cannot afford to be too short. And unfortunately for him, he's a little bit too wide here. And if this is forced off the back foot through the offside. So that runs away for a boundary. That is yet another 4. Gotten you to the point now where you're going to have to be careful to not concede any more runs in such a loose fashion. In other words, the field is set for a fuller and straighter length. You have long on and long off in position. So you're wanting the fielders to be playing down the ground. But now there is a field change because there's a sweeper who is now brought into the play on the offside. So with mid-on inside the circle, your challenge now is to keep the line outside the line of off-stump. And they're strengthening the offside field, now bowling to a 6-3 field. There's a short fine leg, there's a mid-wicket, and a mid-on. Those are the 3 on the leg side, all 3 inside the circle. Everyone else is outside off. Looking to work this through the offside. So given the field that has been set, that's a good line. And it's going to be up to you from here to maintain that line. And you can't be too full necessarily because there's a huge gap over extra cover. Better length also, drawing the batter forward. Exactly what you need to do. 1 ball remaining here in over number 2. 5 runs already on the board. So with the exception of the 3rd ball that went away for 4, doing well here. And that is a well bowled delivery again. Back to the bowler. Made the adjustment and conceded only 5 runs from the over. Oh, my apologies. There's 1 ball remaining. 17 runs on the board. Off the back foot, there's a sweeper out there who's just been placed out there for that type of shot. They get a single into the deep. And that is the end of over number 2. At the end of 2, the score is 18 without loss. One delivery into over number 3. The score is 19 without loss. Appeal for a leg before, and that's going to be given. Oh my goodness. Rocky Singh is not going to be happy with the decision, but umpire Myron James had enough of a look at it to think that this is crashing into the stumps. So the first wicket is down. And after that first delivery, I have to say that it looked pretty adjacent. We're not exactly square on. In other words, we're not directly in line with the stumps. We have the same view that you do on the camera. But my sense is that certainly full enough, and I don't know that I have enough information in any way to indicate that that was going anywhere other than toward the stumps. So, Rocky Singh has been dismissed. First delivery of over number 3. Sundar Raghavan takes a wicket. A little bit expensive. 12 runs conceded from his 1.2 overs, but he'll take the wicket there. And that is the first wicket that falls. And one might think that the only way that the Florida Hurricanes win this match is by bowling out the San Francisco Blasters. They may do just that exactly here. That is the end of the day with the bat for Rocky Singh. The new batter coming into the crease now is going to be Saurabh Singh. Saurabh Singh, who's a wicket keeper. And he's now going to be asked, after performing very creditably behind the stumps, to do what he needs to do in front of the stumps. And his job right now is to stay with Sunny Singh, the captain, and the very, very wonderful batter. 13 from 9, Sunny Singh. And Saurabh Singh is now going to be asked to negotiate in some way to stay at the crease with his captain. Here's the next delivery from Sundar Raghavan. Oh, came down slightly late on that, so gets a thick inside edge, but the ball trickles to mid-wicket, or to square leg rather. Gets off the mark immediately with a single. 3 deliveries left here in over number 3. So good start to the over. Only 2 runs from the over so far for Sundar Raghavan. And looking for a big strike. Where does this end up? Goes all the way. Sunny Singh, I mentioned that he is a really tremendous batter. And he shows you evidence of exactly that in that one short frame. The ball was full and straight, and Sunny Singh drills it well over the top of mid-on. Goes all the way for 6. Looking at this replay, dragging it from outside off stump. That is good work by Sunny Singh. And he does what he needs to do. That would relieve the pressure just a little bit. 26 runs on the board and another 111 needed from 104 balls. Required rate 6.4. 6.4 runs and over is not a lot in modern cricket. Sunny Singh off the back foot. That's going to be 4 more. Not the cleanest of strikes, but gets plenty of it. And gets it just in front of the field at backward point. So 6 and a 4 after the wicket. Well, a single, then a 6 and a 4. And it's gotten to the point now where 12 runs have scored. Apologies, already in this over. And now Shamsul Huda, who is the bowler who is in operation with Sundar Raghavan, is warming up because he knows this next delivery, little dab, wanting to get this one away through the legs or through the offside. Can't get it away much, but the damage has been done. 6 and a 4 after the wicket. And Sunny Singh up now to 23 from 11. The San Francisco Blasters are 30 for 1 after 3. Over number 4 starts. I want to look at this replay again. Can't see much from that angle. In fact, from that angle, we saw height. Didn't exactly see line, but umpire Devon Small thinks that this one's probably slipping down. But a good delivery to start with over number 1. Make that over number 4, the first ball of over number 4. Over being bowled by Shamsul Huda. Left arm around the wicket. Bowling to Sunny Singh. Works it off the back foot. Well fielded in the covers and a quick throw to the keeper. They'll get a single, but not the most convincing of singles. And Shamsul Huda and the Florida Hurricanes know that they absolutely need to take wickets here. Certainly a long way to go in this match, but you would think that the spinners that the Florida Hurricanes have would need to be relied on to take wickets exactly in this type of situation, because even though you're still inside the power play, still 3 deliveries into over number 4, so 2 overs and 3 deliveries left. I don't know that power play is the biggest concern for you right now as the San Francisco Blasters. I think your main concern is just to not lose any more wickets inside the power play. Scoring certainly would get easier outside of the power play, and that might sound like it's antithetical to what you'd know, because the power play you need to have 7 fielders inside. But with the field spread, you have the opportunity to pick up singles, and really at this stage, singles is really all you'll need as a batting side, the San Francisco Blasters. And so 1 ball now remaining here in over number 4. 33 runs on the board. Sunny Singh is up to .24 from 12. And in fact, as of that stage, this is played into the offside no run. A dot ball closes things out here in over number 4. And after 4, the score is 33 for 1. Third to 3 for 1 after 4. New bowler now bowling from the Pearland end is going to be Manav Sharma. Manav Sharma, right arm over the wicket. And again, this is over number 5. So after this delivery, there'll only be 11 balls remaining in the power play. Full outside the line of off. Well, I should have said after this legal delivery. The first delivery is outside and too far outside for the liking of umpire Marion James. So that 1 wide means that only another 103 runs are needed for the San Francisco Blasters. 103 needed from the next 96 balls. So again, that required rate somewhere around 6.4. You can handle that. That is more than manageable. 9 wickets in hand, you would think, even though I don't want to make any assumptions based on the match that you saw this morning. If you were with us when Georgia and LA locked horns. LA was well ahead of the game in all instances, but unfortunately fell away at the end and lost by 4 runs. But in theory, this should be a pretty straightforward chase for the San Francisco Blasters. Very full, very straight, worked into the leg side. Should get an easy 2 here. Sonny Singh immediately coming back, knowing that there's 2 runs there. Saurabh Singh himself knows that there's always going to be 2 runs there. So the 5th over underway in the innings. Full and straight. He knocked him over. Look at that. That is the type of delivery that you're looking for. And that is not an easy delivery to bowl, but he absolutely executes it to perfection. Bang on target. Middle stump gets pegged back. Look at this. Right arm over the wicket. Very full, very straight. Pitching on the popping crease almost. And it is right in the block hole. Not a lot that could be done with that one by Saurabh Singh. And he is going to be disappointed with that. Potentially could have come forward, maybe gotten that front foot in the way. But I don't think it makes a big difference at this stage. Very full again, very straight. That is the end of Saurabh Singh. And he's done for the day. So my sense is that the only way that the Florida Hurricanes win this match is by bowling out the San Francisco Blasters. And you don't get to 10 wickets without first getting to 2. It does mean that with the fall of that 2nd wicket, the batter coming to the crease is Sukhinder Dhillon. But Sukhinder Dhillon has the task of now staying with his captain, opening batter, Sonny Singh. Sonny Singh 24 from 15. But the San Francisco Blasters wobbling a little bit, 36 for 2. Sukhinder Dhillon, left-hand batter, full and straight, played into the covers for no run. Sukhinder Dhillon is a left-hander again. You saw him bowl earlier on, did well. When he was in the field, or when he had the ball in hand, he had 1 wicket, 2 for 8, or 1 wicket from 2 overs, 18 runs conceded. And gets 1 to go down the ground here. So 2 balls remaining in over number 5. 8 balls remaining in the power play. 37 runs on the board means that you need exactly 100 runs from the next 92 balls. Once again, even with the fall of that 2nd wicket, in theory, you tap it around and get singles like that. Well, wanted to get a single there, ended up not being possible because it went right back to the bowler. Because I think this morning, I keep talking about when LA played. LA showed you exactly how not to go after a victory when you only need 6 runs and over. In fact, when they needed to get to the point where they batted, just knocked the ball around and only got 1 run a ball, that's all they needed. But showed themselves incapable of handling that. 2 runs here, though. Turned away into the leg side. That's Sonny Singh, 26 now from 17. That is the end of over number 5. 6 runs came from it. 39 for 2 out of 5. Couple of deliveries into over number 6. 2 dot balls bowled by Shamsul Huda. Now a single down to mid-off. Shamsul Huda now into his 3rd over. His figures read none for 11 from 2.3. And this is the last over of the power play. So 3 deliveries remaining where there can only be 2 fielders outside. Looking at where the field is, Sunny Singh 26 from 17. Right-handed batter has a sweeper on the offside and a deep long off. So they're asking him to play on the offside. He does the smart thing, dragging it on the leg side. Should get at least a couple. Goes all the way down to long on. Good piece of fielding by Sundar Raghavan to make sure that Sunny Singh only gets 2 runs. But those are 2 runs that help propel you toward your total. So 95 more needed from the next 86 balls. Left arm around the wicket. Full toss, and that gets the treatment. That will go far. How far does it go? Lands just a couple of bounces inside the rope. Goes away for 4. So there are a number of ways to get Sunny Singh out, but I would suggest that a low full toss is not one of them. And again, with long on inside, make that mid on inside the circle. Sunny Singh was always going to go for that. If maybe you try that same delivery again if you have long on back, but with mid on inside the circle, I don't know that that's something that you should consider. That stays low but worked away into the deep. And that is going to be 4 more consecutive boundaries to close out the power play from Sunny Singh. 11 runs coming from that over. At the end of 6, the 50 is up. 87 runs needed in the next 84 balls. Power play is done and dusted. 50 runs are on the board. 2 wickets are down. Match pretty much evenly poised at this stage. This is going to be Manav Sharma bowling right arm over the wicket to the left-hander. Left-hander Sukhwinder Dhillon, my apologies. And where you are right now is that you need another 86 runs in the next 83 balls. But notably, the man on strike is the dangerous batter and captain, Sunny Singh. Off the back foot to backward point, no run there. Essentially, you have to do what you need to at this stage to try to prevent as many scoring strokes as you can. That's a ball played into the offside. I mentioned earlier with the field spread, it does mean that you can take more chances as a bowling side, but it also means that with the field spread, you have more opportunities for singles. So the smart thing to do if you are the San Francisco Blasters is to pick up the singles where you can get them. Appeal for a leg before, not even thinking about it, umpire Myron James. And they'll get 2 runs. This may be 2 leg buys. Watch umpire Myron James. Here's a signal for a leg before wicket. Oh, I'm sorry, for a leg by. My apologies. So, looking at where you are now with 2 leg buys, that means that you've had 3 extras for the innings. The San Francisco Blasters know that they can score quickly, particularly if their captain, Sonny Singh, stays at the wicket. And this is pushed down the ground. Essentially, this really can be the entire game plan from this stage on. Somewhere around 6.5 runs and over is all they'll need. The required rate overall is 6.23. And so if you're scoring at 6.23, anything in the range of 5 or 6 and over the next, say, 6 or 7 overs should be good enough to keep you in the game. What you don't want to do is lose any wickets. Looks to work this down the leg side. It's going to be a wide plus whatever runs they just ran. Let's see. So that they ran a single. So it'll be 2 wides. Those 2 wides mean that you now have 7 runs conceded from this, the 7th over. 80 needed from the next 7 to 9 balls. So those two numbers have drawn much closer to each other. Last ball of over number 7. Work down the ground. Long on should have a little bit of work to do. Underhand throw back to the non-striker's end. But 8 runs come from that over. So this is a good productive over for the San Francisco Blasters. After 8, the score is 58 for 2. After 7, the score is 58 for 2. Nasir Javed with the ball in hand will be bowling to Sukhjinder Dhillon. And his job now is going to be to attempt in some way to build pressure. Nasir Javed, somebody else who is a long-time servant of the game of cricket in the Florida area. Nasir Javed, I will not insult you by trying to estimate your age, but I know that you are an older man than I am. Let's just say that it's good to see you still running around on the cricket field. So 1 wicket down, make that 1 ball down in over number 8. 2 wickets down overall. The Florida Hurricanes, you would think, would need to take a couple more wickets at least to put the San Francisco Blasters under pressure. And Charlie Javid, one ball, has conceded one run already. And his job would be, you would think, to somehow figure out a way of building some pressure. Off the back foot here is Sunny Singh. As easy as you like, that is going to be a single into the offside. And I'm sorry, if you're not building any sort of pressure on Sunny Singh, you're going to have a really hard time getting back into this game. Sunny Singh is now up to 38 from 23. Good aggressive start. Not surprising that you see that from Sunny Singh. Seen a lot of Sunny Singh over the years. Tremendous servant of cricket on the field and off. Captain himself, when he is not watching cricket, describes himself as a die-hard San Francisco 49ers fan. Favorite cricketer? Interesting. Okay, so Sonny, you need to pick one. I see three cricketers here as your favorite. AB de Villiers, Virat Kohli, Imran Khan. I am going to ask you, I'm going to make an executive decision and say that I have rejected all three of your suggestions and ask you to pick one. And I will ask you to do that as of tomorrow. But in terms of the cricket that he has played for the U.S. regionals team, the U.S. national team, private tournament, and Masters. And mentioning the Masters, this is blasted through the offside for a single. Playing for the 50 and over Masters, I fondly remember a trip to Barbados in the Southern Caribbean about a year and a half or so ago, where I happened to accompany the team to that beautiful island. Sunny Singh excelled in all of the matches that he played in that tournament. And so you have the double bonus of being in the Southern Caribbean where the weather is perfect at the same time that you're seeing wonderful cricket. So I remember that very fondly. Sunny Singh's hobbies when he's not playing cricket: high-end muscle cars. Sunny, really? Gambling in Vegas. I am going to have to speak to your parents about this, Sunny. And hiking. Needless to say, really wonderful effort by Sunny Singh. And once again, I said it earlier, really true servant of the sport. One ball remaining here in over number 8. 63 runs on the board. Charlie Javid tosses this one up. That's a great delivery. Goes past the outside edge. Maybe a couple of fielders appealing for a stumping. Umpire Myron James strolling toward the stumps to rearrange them and to reposition them, which to me is an indication that he thinks that that's not out. Good last ball to close out over number 1 here for Charlie Javid. Charlie Javid. That is the end of over number 8. The score is 63 for 2. Once again, this is the Veterans Cricket USA inaugural tournament. Grand sponsors are Nitya Capital, a leading real estate investment firm. Ultimate Vineyards, a premium wine producer crafting exceptional wines that embody the spirit of excellence. Kadim Jewelers, a renowned jewelry store with 6 locations in the Bay Area. And Stelton Sports Complex in Piscataway, New Jersey, offering pickleball, badminton, cricket, softball, and baseball facilities. The apparel sponsor is Omtex, who is a leading sportswear brand, providing high-quality cricket gear and apparel for players, officials, and staff. So, those are your sponsors. As of right now, the action turns in the middle to Tariq Hussain, about to bowl his first over number 9. Tariq Hussain is going to look to see if he can in some way upset the rhythm of almost said the 49ers. Sonny almost said the 49ers. Upset the rhythm of the San Francisco Blasters. Because their job right now is to score as many runs as quickly as possible, and it is up to Tariq Hussain and the rest of the Florida Hurricanes to pull them back. Down the leg side, that's not going to make things any easier. He'll get at least 2 runs here, and that will be 3 to the total, given that that ball was a wide. Oh, throw coming in from the boundary. Understand that if that ball that landed inside the circle had hit the helmet, that would have been 5 penalty runs. So he may just consider himself lucky there to not have conceded 5 runs. So the next delivery played into the offside. This is going to be a single. So 1 legal ball bowled here in over number 9 and 4 runs. Tariq Hussain bowling over the wicket to the left and the right-hander. See exactly where you end up here, because at the moment 71 runs remain, or 71 balls remain, and another 70 runs to get. So as of right now, the runs needed are less than the number of balls remaining. What that means is that if you are the Florida Hurricanes, you absolutely have to take wickets. But if you're the Blasters, this becomes a really easy game. All you have to do from here is to just make sure that you get singles. Singles, if you get a single off of every ball, you win this game in the 19th over. Looking to play this off the back foot. Can't get much on it. In fact, doesn't get anything on it. But it goes down to the bowler's end. There's a signal bye from umpire Myron James. So it is up to you now to know that you have to figure out a way to take wickets. The San Francisco Blasters are going to win this game easily. They have 8 wickets in hand, and Florida Hurricanes are now going to have to put themselves in the position where they challenge, where they do something to affect the wicket. Down the leg side, that does not help. Another extra. So make that 2 legal deliveries bowled in this innings, in this over rather. And you've put yourself in the position now with 4 balls remaining where there have already been a couple of wides. Tariq Hussain is going to have to get this ball in the right line. Played off the back foot to short third. That's just going to be single. So understanding what the situation is, knowing that from where you are now, you're only needing to score a run a ball. A run a ball wins this game. 67 runs needed, 69 balls in which to get them. So you play your cards right. You win this with 2 balls remaining in the 20th over. So that tells me that your only option or your only approach should be to just knock the ball around and get singles. That what you're doing right there is more than good enough. Sunny Singh is a smart cricketer, and he knows that. In fact, he gets a couple here as this is played into the offside. And now Sunny Singh gets up to 40. He's into the 40s. 39 from, make that 41 from 27. And the captain knows that essentially each single gets them closer to a victory. The equation now is only 68 balls remaining and 65 runs in which to get them. So you keep doing that, you'll be perfectly fine. Yet another single, and he knows exactly what he needs to do from here, Sunny Singh. One ball now remaining here in over number 9. 64 runs needed from the next 67 balls. 73 runs on the board, and Sunny Singh is approaching yet another 50. Very, very durable, really effective opening batter. Played down the ground. Call me crazy, but again, a single ever ball wins this game. 11 runs coming from over number 9. And that is the end of the over. The score is 74 for 2. $74 for 2 after 9. So we're one over away from the halfway point in this innings. Charlie Javed has bowled 1 over, conceded 5 runs. And I'm absolutely happy to be joined here in the commentary area by Sandeep Patel. Sandeep, good afternoon. How are you?
Thank you, Brian. Thanks for this invitation to chat with you for a little bit and walk through this game.
Sandeep, I can tell you that sitting in this commentator's booth and filibustering for 3 hours is not easy. So any opportunity to join in a conversation with somebody else is something that absolutely makes me feel good. So thank you for joining.
Thank you. This is Charlie bowling.
Tell me what you know about Charlie.
Charlie is, I believe, was a first-class player, and he may have, in fact, played some test matches in Pakistan back in the days. An absolutely brilliant leg spinner. Has been around here in this part of the world for at least some 30 years that I can recall, maybe even longer.
So before we got on the air, you mentioned that you were the bowler who sprayed the ball around a little bit when you bowled earlier on. This is pulled into the deep. There's a man down there, deep mid-wicket, just a single. But tell me about your own playing career, what you bring in terms of experience to a tournament like this, and what are your thoughts about being in this tournament?
Yeah, so first of all, this is a phenomenal tournament. Incredible facilities, very well organized, well provided drinks, lunches, everything else. The facility staff has been incredible. The media has been incredible, including yourself. There's teams around. There's coaches that I see. Apparently, there's a couple of first-class teams from Pakistan, and there's coaches. So we're getting to chat with them a little bit. So yeah, from that standpoint, what an experience! What an incredible tournament! In fact, I hope that a tournament like this kind of catches on a little bit and grows, and we could continue doing this over time.
So I have it on very good authority that each team features two people on the team who are within the ages between the ages of 40 and 44. Three more who are between the ages of 45 and 49, and everyone else over 50. Which of those buckets do you fall into?
I don't think you want to know.
Actually, I do want to know. Now I'm wondering.
I think just looking at me, I fall in the latest of those three buckets, 50 plus. I'm 52 now.
I have a cricket bat that's older than you.
That is very kind of you. That is very kind of you to say, because you yourself don't look 52. So it must be your father's or grandfather's bat.
I live in Austin, about 200 miles away. My father lives about 10 miles away from where we are now, so I'm going to go visit him after we leave here today. I turned 56 last month.
All right. Well, you look great in it for a 56-year-old man.
I appreciate you saying that, but I will tell you that it's much easier for me to commentate sitting here in this commentary booth than being on the field playing.
Well, especially if you haven't given up for a while, right? Have you been playing at all? When did you give up?
I told myself, and in fact, we'll probably go silent in a minute because I think they're about to take a water break. But I did tell myself that I was going to play. When I played, I was a fast bowler. And bad knees, bad elbows, bad ankles. So I said, I am going to play until my son, and I have two sons. Oldest son is now a professional soccer player, 27 years old.
Wow.
Younger son didn't really like cricket very much. My younger son absolutely loved cricket. But I told myself I was not going to stop playing until he and I could play a match together.
Okay.
He and I played a match together in 2016. Literally at the end of that match, mission accomplished, I'm done. So I've been in the commentator's booth for the last 8 years. Okay, so it looks like a water break. If you can stick around, I'd love to continue talking to you, but we'll go silent for a minute here. 10 overs up, the score is 83-2.
That's great. Thank you.
Welcome back to the Moosa Cricket Stadium. Brian Walters happening. In fact, these are two left-arm fast bowlers just kicking around old stories from the past.
Well, hold on. Use the word fast bowlers loosely. Right? I think you could speak for yourself, but I'm not sure that anyone would describe me as a fast bowler at this point.
You just said that every bounce that you bowled was shoulder height or above. You qualify as a fast bowler as far as I'm concerned. So, Sandeep, in fact, I'll ask you, before we talk about your career, tell me about this game. 54 runs needed in the next 60 balls with 8 wickets in hand. The major question is, are you going to need to pad up today?
I will not be padding up because I've been substituted anyway.
Oh, okay, so they already subbed you out.
So that I can guarantee you. But I just given the way things are going, and Sonny's still batting.
Mm-hmm.
He's one of the sort of high scorers. He's already got a 50 here.
Mm-hmm.
Good hitter of the ball. And I think on the other side is Bubby, and he also is a nice level-headed batter. And so I think these guys will kind of pull it as long as they can. I think there's a couple other guys at least that can come in and bat with level heads. So I think it should be reasonably easy beyond this point, especially at about 5, little over 5 and over.
To be specific, after that single to short third, the required rate is 5.38 and over. So
less than run a ball.
Certainly less than a run a ball. Singles can do it from here. I don't know if you are aware of the game from this morning. The LA team had a similar situation. They needed around, if I remember correctly, 18 from 16 with 7 wickets in hand, and they lost that game.
Oh, wow. Okay,
Yeah.
that is
So
all the credit to the other team, I would say.
I would say that, well, I would meet you halfway. I would say that there were a couple of absolutely rash strokes that they would love to have over again if they had it to do again. But, yes, you have to sort of put yourself in a position to take victory from the jaws of defeat, and I would think that Georgia did that. But having said that, if you have a win predictor, where's your win predictor right now?
I think this is going to no more than 15 overs, I would think.
15!
That's
That
for the
is-
next 5 overs.
Oh my goodness!
Especially if Sonny stays there.
Okay, so you would not offend me in the least if that happened, because as I said to you, I'm leaving here.
Give me a 2-over discount. So say 17.
2 over discount.
say 17.
So I told you I'm leaving here to go visit my father. Ooh, in the air, over
There
the
you
top
go,
of
over the top.
point, and that's going to go for 4. You may be right.
So if Sonny's, that I can tell you, that if Sonny stays until 15 overs, it will be over in 15 overs.
Sonny Singh now moving up to 54 from 37. And I'm not sure if that scorecard is accurate. It shows that that is the end of the over. And I don't know that that's right. So we'll check on that in just a second. But here's the next delivery. Played off the back foot. More runs
And that
here. At
2 is
least
on
2.
for 4.
Does it go for 4? It does go for 4. Maybe a younger version of Nasir Javid gets to that ball. Does not get to it here. And it is punished away for 4 through the backward point area. 13 runs coming from that over the end of 13. The score is 96 for 2. So another 41 runs needed in the next 54 balls. You say over number 17.
Yes. I think, if a couple more overs like this, and this number will start to look very easy. 13 overs is a great over for the Blasters.
Okay, so back to your playing career. Tell me exactly where you play. You said Southern California?
Well, I played all of my organized cricket in the U.S. I grew up in a very small village in
I'm
India.
about to interrupt you.
Yeah.
The first real cricket bat I owned, the first actual pads that I owned, the first proper cricket ball that I bought was in this country.
There you go.
I grew up in Jamaica playing with a coconut bat and literally picking an orange for a cricket ball. Those are the cricket.
Yep, that's you and me. We're in a similar boat here. So
Go
there
on,
you go.
keep talking.
So we used to play with the soft rubber ball that used to
Uh-huh.
be sold in India, and that would just rip in a day or two. And we didn't have the money to keep buying those.
Mhm.
So once upon a time, we went to my oldest brother who used to play with the hardball.
Mhm.
So we started playing with hardball, but no other infrastructure, no gloves, no cup, no pads.
Yes. Yep.
So, but you know, when you're young and enthusiastic, you'll do anything. And so that's where we kind of that's about as organized as I got in terms of playing
You
cricket.
know what? I'm going to ask you to drill down on that. Talk about the passion of the game and how any rectangular object becomes a wicket and any round object becomes a ball. Talk about those playing days when you're at home.
Yeah, so when I was at home, there was no rectangular objects either. It was just a wall and 3 drawn sticks on there. So those were the stumps.
Yeah.
And then there was cheating going on. Right? Somebody,
Right.
somebody hits the stumps and they're like, "Wait, I didn't see that, or it didn't hit there, or missed the line, or whatever." So then we had the round object, which was painted. So then we started to paint the entire 3 stumps worth of area. And so then when the ball hit it, we would see a white mark on the ball from the chalk. So that was it. So at times it was that. At times it was basically cow dung and put some sticks in it.
Did you really just say cow dung?
Yes, and that's absolutely what we did. And those were the sticks. Those were the stumps. The bat was this device that was used to wash clothes in India. So they beat clothes, right? They put soap in and then they beat it.
Yes.
That looks like a bat, actually.
Yes, it does.
And when you're 3 feet, 4 feet tall at the young age, then that perfectly works out in terms of size. So we used to use that as the bat.
There are so many similarities between your cricket experience growing up and mine. So I will say this. The school that I attended, gone, LBW. I'll get back to that in a second.
Now that is Sunny Singh going.
Sunny Singh has been dismissed. I want to look at that replay.
Look at the replay here. It seems to me like it looked a little bit higher or high on the high side. But let's look at
Rizwan
it.
Mohammed, the captain, is the bowler. Tossed up. Oh
no!
I'm thinking that's hitting the top of off.
I'm thinking that's missing off.
You thinking it's missing off? Okay,
I
so
think
yeah, you have orange glasses on. But either way, regardless of what we think, umpire Devon Small thinks that this is out, and so Sunny Singh is going to have to be dismissed. Okay, let's watch Sunny Singh's reaction as he walks off the field. This will give you a hint right here.
Well, I think he's no better ever thinks that he's out of LBW. So I think he's going to agree with me that he was not out.
I have yet to hear the batter who say, "Yeah, I was in front." Yeah,
Yes.
now the umpire got that one right.
Right.
But I started saying my father was the principal of the school that I went to in Jamaica.
So was mine.
Really?
Incredible!
Oh my
right?
goodness!
So look at the
Oh my
similarities.
goodness! Okay, one other element. Our schoolyard was completely paved. It was complete asphalt.
Yeah.
And so if there is if we're just playing cricket in the recess or at lunchtime, then we find a box. We prop the box up with something, and that's the wicket. But anytime we're playing a proper official match, we go over a few dozen yards to the banana walk, cut down a banana tree, cut a chunk out of the banana tree trunk,
Right.
cut it horizontally so you have essentially like a half a cylinder.
Yeah.
Put the half a cylinder down,
Right.
stick the 3 stumps in that. That's how you put the
There you
stumps
go.
in, and that's what you use to play.
Yeah.
And those were the only times where we were actually able to go to the store and get a proper cricket ball to play with.
Yeah.
Again, I didn't actually own a cricket ball until I came to this country.
Yeah,
But-
and this hardball playing and again organized. And like I said, once upon a time we bought a hardball just so that we wouldn't have to keep buying the softballs.
Right.
But that didn't last too long because people started seeing bruised knees and bruised shins and stuff
Yep.
without the pads.
And there's no pads, exactly.
And there's no pads, yeah.
Helmet, oh my goodness.
right.
The first time I got a helmet was probably 2003.
Yeah.
And I've already been living here for 20 odd years.
Well, I had to get a helmet because I managed to broke my jaw off of a bouncer.
Interesting.
In a practice of all. So I do have a plate in my jaw right now to repair
Really?
that injury, yeah.
So the only time I've ever been hit in the face, believe it or not, was from a spinner.
What, he bowled you a beamer?
No, I was trying to sweep him.
Oh, I
and
see.
Look, there's no such thing as a Jamaican that plays spin well. I'll just say that.
Yeah.
So try to go down, sweep him, missed.
Oh,
That's the only time I've ever been hit in the face.
yeah,
I've always preferred facing fast bowling to spin bowling.
yeah.
And so, in my mind, the faster it comes, the faster it goes. And I never wore a helmet to pace bowlers, at least not when I was a young guy.
And not when you were bowling, of course.
And no, not when I'm bowling, no. First of all, if I'm bowling, you're not going to get a ball that you can drive. That's the first
Yes.
thing. So I don't have to worry about that. But, okay, in terms of reminiscing, we're into over number 12. 104 runs on the board. In fact, that's the end of over number 12. So even with the loss of your captain, you need another 33 runs in the next 48 balls. In fact, 33 in the next 47 balls. Going down the leg side, so that should be there's a wide signal by umpire Myron James. So I'm assuming that your odds of winning have not yet changed, even though your captain is gone.
Well, now I get to go up to 17 over.
Oh, you get to go
That's
up
what we
to
talked about.
17.
If Sonny certainly stayed, we would have been done in 15, I think. But now it may reach 17. I'm going to stick with that.
So, okay, I asked you the question earlier. I don't know that I remember your response. You live in LA or not?
No, I just moved to San Diego area
San
2
Diego.
months ago. Yes.
Okay.
But I played with these guys and kind of lived there in the Bay Area for a long time. I lived there for about 30 years before I just recently moved.
Okay. What is cricket like in San Diego? I'm assuming you can play 12 months out of the year.
Almost, yeah. If you could
Which
plan
month?
the weekends correctly.
Okay. Weather-wise, is it conducive to playing 12 months a year?
Absolutely. I think it gets cooler on the cooler side, maybe rainy side on around November, December, January timeframe.
Okay.
But if you get your weekends right, then you could play 24 full 12 months. That certainly is more true actually in Los Angeles area, right? So Los Angeles climate, even though it's so close to San Diego, is officially a desert climate.
Okay.
And so it doesn't rain much in Los Angeles area.
Sure.
And in fact, I remember talking to the powers that be in that region a long time ago, that I think what they ought to do, if they really wanted to grow a very sort of talented and healthy, sort of smart cricketers, what they needed to do was play over Thanksgiving and a Christmas break.
Okay.
A 5-day game or a 4-day game.
Ah, okay.
Right? And so either form teams amongst the Southern California League and or invite someone else, the Northern Californians, for example, and then just play a 5-day game or a 4-day game. So Thanksgiving, you get 4 days off. So play a 4-day game and see how long you can last.
What's
And-
the longest version of the game that you've ever played?
15 overs. I'm sorry, 50 overs.
50 overs.
50 overs is what I played. I've never played the longer version first-class matches. But I liked them because that's how I learned my cricket. So my cricket was more sort of strategic and more using the mental game.
Okay.
And so what I used to do back in 2001, 2002 timeframe, when I really started playing competitive cricket with Caribbeans, is I would watch international cricket test matches, and I loved them if they were playing in India. And the reason for that is because the games that started in India would start in California at 8:30 in the evening. So I could put in a full day of work,
Right.
go home, eat dinner, and start watching the match, and sleep at 4 o'clock, and I could watch all 5 days.
What? First of all, when did you move from India?
1988. I was 15 years old.
You're so young. Oh my God. 1988.
Yeah.
So I moved to Houston from Jamaica when I was 14. That was 1982.
Oh, okay.
So 82, West Indies was still the most dominant
Yes,
team
yeah.
on the planet. I am amazed every time I hear stories from people who grew up in India about their familiarity with the West Indies cricket team, strictly based on the commentators that we had at the time. So tell me about your experience growing up listening to cricket on the radio, because that's where I learned the majority of my cricket is by listening on the radio.
Yeah, so, I'm not sure if I learned or... I certainly didn't learn cricket listening on the radio.
Okay.
And partly because our village was small enough that there weren't many radios either.
Interesting, okay.
And if there were, whatever couple of people had radios and were listening to, if the commentary was in English, it didn't make any sense to us anyway.
Okay. What language did you speak in your village?
So I grew up in a state called Gujarat,
Yep.
which is the westernmost state there, and I played I speak Gujarati.
Gujarati, okay.
Yeah. And so did everyone else in the village, even now. And so there was no sort of learning process that came with cricket, at least until I was there in 15 years. It was all more sort of watching other people and see what they do.
Yeah.
And then, whatever you pick up from there. And I guess, if I think back to it, people had told me in the past that I was talented, right?
Okay.
And I suppose if you define talent, this is how I define it, talent is skill without knowledge. So you have a skill to do something, but you don't know why you're doing that.
Okay.
And so I guess with that definition, I could say, yes, I was talented. In other words, I knew how to bowl, where to bowl, all that.
Right.
But I didn't know why or how I was doing it. In fact, back in about 2003, someone sent me a picture of me bowling and a video.
Mm-hmm.
And I was surprised at how well technically correct my bowling action was, even though it was kind of short run-up and all that.
Right.
But, tucking in the arm, raising the right arm and all of that sort of stuff. Yeah.
Yep.
And no one has ever sort of taught me that. It was all just sort of by watching other people play in my villages or neighboring villages and all that. So that's sort of, by that definition, I guess I was talented. And,
Yeah.
And that's how I kind of got in. I mean, the passion was always there. When I played for Caribbeans, my best friend was Owen Graham, who was very well known in the Bay Area.
Yeah. I never met him personally. I certainly know about his story.
Yeah, incredible individual, and he was my best friend. And so, he kind of would talk to us about game and sort of mentally, sort of how to think about it and all that. But he was a batsman himself, and so he sort of taught the batting side more so than the bowling side.
Wow.
So sort of everything that I kind of knew came from just having watched people bowl.
I regretted never having met him.
Yeah, he was an interesting character. Like I said, one of my, in fact, the best friend at the time was with us. Unfortunately, he passed away from cancer.
Yeah. By the way, 14 runs are needed to win here, and you're in over number 15. You may not be far off with your 17 or over 17 estimate. Yeah,
and these are two sort of level-headed batters. I think Rana doesn't hit rash shots, and neither does Bubby. So I think I'm willing to say we could put this in the bag.
In the bag, you say?
Yes.
Okay, going back to when you were bowling. So you sprayed a few wides that you did not want to, but then you cut down your run-up all the way down. You essentially came off of 2 steps.
Yes.
And with 2 steps, you actually became a much better bowler off of 2 steps than you did off of your full run-up.
So actually that was the advice that my captain gave me.
like, can you please land it on the spot? Stop running up. Just 2 steps to land it on the spot.
Yeah, so his he recognized that I was trying too hard to bowl well
Yep.
and bowl right, because that's the only way I've played cricket,
Mm-hmm.
is give it full everything you've got.
Yep.
And so he said, why don't you just, come in, not even do a run up, just stand
Yeah.
there and bowl. So
Yeah.
I said, fine, I'll give it a shot. Now, surprisingly, the ball swung very well today, even with the short run up.
Yeah.
And so I managed to pick up 3 wickets, 2 bowls, and an LBW.
Yep.
So in all,
So that-
mostly
all
from
of that
the swinging.
indicates you're swinging it in.
Yes, I was swinging the ball pretty well today, even off the short run up.
That's interesting. So in my younger days, I was running in from the 30-yard circle. In my older days, I was maybe not quite 2 steps, but just like less than 5 yards.
Yeah.
People would tell me that I was a more dangerous bowler from a short run-up than a long run-up.
Yeah.
Because most of the momentum just came, or the energy came from my shoulders as opposed to generating it from my run-up. It's interesting because I did feel like I controlled it better from a shorter run-up than a longer run-up. So that's something to pay attention to.
Yeah, no, I didn't have issues controlling the ball, no matter what the run-up was, actually. It's just, this is recent, and quite honestly, like, I always think about my game and things that I do and how to
Yeah.
improve those. And so I was trying to figure out why I'm spraying the ball over the place, right? And I realized it's actually my vision. So I
Okay.
have one of my eyes, I can actually voluntarily move.
Okay.
And so what happens is I can't see too well. And so when you run your right arm over your in your
Yep.
bowling action,
Yep.
it runs over your eyes,
Mhm.
and things kind of shift. And I all of a sudden lose concentration
Interesting.
right when it matters. And so, so yesterday I did the same thing in the game, and today when I did it, and then I bowled to those first-class Pakistani players in
Yeah.
the nets,
Yeah.
and the ball was coming out really well there. And I'm not sure what happened there. Maybe it was the competition I saw. I'm like, okay, I'm bowling to these younger.
Elevate your game.
Yes.
Yeah.
And even they were impressed with my bowling, in
Nice.
fact. And then this morning, though, or today in the game, for some reason, it went back to the old self.
Yeah.
And, at time I thought about, you know what? I'm just going to take my contacts off and bowl without looking at it, bowl purely from muscle memory.
Take your contacts out. That sounds like a bad idea.
Yes. Well, that's why I didn't quite because then the entire day I wouldn't be able to see anything at least
Right.
as long as I was on the ground.
Right.
So I guess the better head prevailed there, or at least
Yep.
the better thought process prevailed, and I kept the contacts on, but I made up with short run up and little better bowling than the first over.
So back to this game. Score is 130. Another 7 runs needed. Captain Rizwan Mohammed is bowling 1 for 15 with 1 ball remaining in his 3rd over. We're about to come up to the end of over number 16. Leaves that one alone outside off. And that means that we're now in over number 17. Does the game end in this over or not?
We'll find out. Not if Rana keeps leaving half volleys outside the off. Now, so I like to play good aggressive cricket.
Sure.
That did not look like a good leave to me. What do you think?
I would say, given, and I'm a left-hander, left-hand fast bowler and left-handed batter, that for me would have been over the top of extra cover.
Yes, exactly. That's what I think.
That would have crashed into the fence right
yes,
here.
so when I'm seeing him leave, I said, well, which one are you going to hit? Because that was a half volley. That was a gift.
Yeah. Well, this in theory could potentially be the last over of the match. Tossed up down the leg side. That's going to be wide.
Well, 6 more of those, and this will be end of the over.
I would hope that we don't have 6 more wides.
Well, I'm not bowling. Perhaps if I was.
Right arm over the wicket to the left-hander. That's, nope, no run there. So still 6 needed.
But I must say, Brian, I am super impressed with the facilities, the organization, and the weather is cooperating so well. I mean, this is like incredible weather to be playing in, just under about maybe 80 degrees is where we are now, maybe.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Overcast clouds, so you don't have to worry about the sun beating down on you. Nice humidity, I think, that keeps you warm. Fantastic grounds. You get your money's worth if you could hit boundaries along the ground. So all great things, and I'm hoping that this cricket kind of picks up here. We start growing this sorts of tournament
Is this the
all
first
around
that
the
you've been
U.S.
to Texas to play?
I was here in Houston. I've actually been here a few times.
Okay.
In about 2004-05 time frame, I had worked at Texas Instrument as a contractor in Dallas.
Okay.
And so when I came, then I played a few games at that time, but that was about a 6-week stint. So I played that then, and then I played the tournament last year in September, the regionals for the over 50s. And that was in this facility. We played one game here, and the other games were at the Prairie grounds.
Okay.
So yeah, everything's big in Texas, and the cricket grounds or the real estate for that is certainly available and big in Texas. So hopefully we can take advantage of that.
Oh, look at that.
There's a boundary.
The last ball of over number 17 with
Cleans
4
up the
runs
game.
needed. He strikes it away for 4.
Let me predict the lottery numbers tomorrow, and you could be a rich man, Brian.
What a brilliant effort.
Fantastic effort by
that is the end of the game. The strike straight down the ground, and the end of the game. The Florida Hurricanes go down to the San Francisco Blasters, who win it by 7 wickets. Looking at your scorecard, in fact, I'll get to the scorecard very shortly. It is Sunny Singh, top of the lineup, 62 from 39, 7 4s and 2 6s. Rocky Singh, 5 from 5. Saurabh Singh, 5 from 6. And Sukhjinder Dhillon, 40 from 44. And Ranveer Johal, 8 from 8. And we did not even need the efforts with the bat from Sandeep Patel today. He essentially was reduced to being a commentator.
That's right. I do a lot better commentary than batting, I can tell you that. So I'd love to be here any day than on a pitch batting. But bowling, on the other hand, is
where that's where your money is made. I will say this: we were here throughout the entire weekend. Anytime you have the opportunity to pop into this room and make some comments, more than happy to have you.
All right, well, I'll come and join you. But that's assuming that you're actually going to be here. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you don't hear from Brian, I gave him the lottery numbers, and they were on the dot.
Sandeep, such a pleasure.
Likewise, sir.
Absolutely.
Thank you again. Thank you for having me here. And as I said, incredible facility. I hope all of this kind of the cricket grows in the U.S. I'd love to see that. One of the things I keep telling, at least my American cohort, is that this version, the 2020 version, is like playing.
Tailor-made.
It's playing baseball at a basketball pace.
Yes. Oh, great.
And then they start to understand that a little bit, and they start to like it because they think the baseball is too boring, and basketball is too monotonous. And I think this could be a great option for that, And so I think we got to get that message out that, hey, there's a new game in town, and it's like watching baseball at basketball pace.
When I take my commentator hat on and put my development hat, or take my commentator hat off, my development hat on, what you just said makes 100% perfect sense. So we'll work on that.
All right.
Sandeep,
thank you, sir. Likewise.
Absolutely.
Great. Thank you. We'll see you around.
So, signing off from the Prairie View from the Moosa Cricket Ground in Pearland, Texas. The Florida Hurricanes fall short. The San Francisco Blasters take victory by the margin of 7 wickets. Join us here tomorrow for a really special day. 2 matches in the morning. There will be 2 15-over matches in the morning. And the reason we're having 2 15-over matches is because later in the afternoon we will be having the Pakistani World Cup winning team from 2009 will be right here in the Moosa Cricket Stadium to play against the franchise based right here in Houston. The name escapes me right now, but believe me, the bigger name for you is the Pakistani national team from 2009. and we should have a couple of thousand people here to enjoy a wonderful day's cricket. For now, signing off from the Moosa Cricket Stadium in Pearland, Texas. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.